Kwenzeka eyi
One of the things that you look at the cheap, to say which bidder is cheaper, but that is not the only thing that you look at. There are quite a number of things that you look at. The issue of being cheap, because we want to be cost effective, we want to save money and all that. But didn't you, as an institution, I think, realize that this is too good to be true? That in your own estimation, that you said, own estimation says 100 million rand a year. But somebody says, no, I can actually do it only at 5 million rand a year. And you appoint this person. Didn't you realize that this is too good to be true?
Honorable Member, can you kindly clarify with regards to the figure 5 million? Where in the document are you making reference from in terms of the 5 million?
Yeah, I think it's part of the documents that we received from the Department of Transport. I cannot at this moment specifically refer you to the exact page.
I am going to help. So when you're asking about which contract are you asking about?
Media Mix
360. So the bidders, when the evaluations were being done, I think each of them had to say what their own fees are going to be, right? So and Media Mix proposal for the year on an annualized basis, let me put it like that, on an annualized basis, vis-a-vis the 100 million expected expenditure, right, was about 5 million. That's the long and the short of it. So for ease of reference, it's their management fee. That's the 5 million that honor is just over 5 million rand that Honorable Skosana is referring to. I don't know if that's helpful.
To a certain extent it is, but remember, in terms of pricing evaluation and all that, it's not something that me or Mr. Pulela can answer, because that is handled by the SCM colleagues when they are doing the bid evaluation. So as a business unit, you will give them, because they always prefer to be given scenarios for them to be able to then compare apples with apples. So I don't want to get into the technicalities of that, because that is not the space that I play in, and you can request for further information with regards to that on the pricing. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it is a bit strange for me that if I'm given a responsibility to oversee a certain project, even if I don't deal with the SCM processes, but I have to be informed about those particular processes. Say I am I don't know what example can I give, but I'm saying if I'm in charge of a certain project, being on as the business leader, like you are indicating, but the fact that I've got a responsibility to play oversight on it, I should be aware to say this service provider was appointed at which amount versus the budget. I should be inquisitive to say, but then why was this one when there were other people who had maybe scored, even though they scored higher? But obviously, it means they were reasonable in terms of the budgeted amount. For a person who's looking at the budgeted amount and their pricing, should be saying that this person, the pricing and what we have budgeted, it means this person has got a full understanding of what is required. Unlike this one who just say, I can do this thing for 5 million rand, when we all know that the estimation of that work is at 100 million. It's just strange for me. Don't you think it's strange that at your positions you were not aware, and you are just putting all that responsibility to SCM. You are just overseeing the project. You don't care as to which company is being appointed at what price and stuff like that. Don't you think it's strange?
Okay, I've got two responses with regards to that. Firstly, in terms of the procurement process of the RAF, there is designated roles because they are wanting to protect the integrity of the tender bid process. So as business, when we go into the process, there is what is called a bid specification committee. That committee is comprised of different people. It will be the business unit that is requesting the service, people from legal, people from compliance, and there will be people from risk, and then that comprise the guys who will sit around the table and make a specification for a tender bid. Once that process is done, handed over, for instance, I was the BSc chair of this tender bid. I will not even be able to tell you who was sitting in that committee as a bid evaluation committee. So at that point in time, in terms of understanding what the pricing models and everything else, it was going to compromise the process. So from a BSc, you put together a specification, you tell the business case in terms of what value, what service you are looking for, and then you make sure that when you sit in that committee, you create a specification that is so watertight that first of all, there is no non-response in the market because you need the services and you don't want to waste the little capacity that we have as SCM going back and forth. Second of all, you tell the people that this is the price budget in terms of what finance is allocated to us as a business unit. That determines the value envisaged to be spent on a particular contract. So once you've handed over that process, the next thing that you will see is a communication from contract management that will say to you as a business unit head or as a business user, this is the service provider that was awarded. So I don't think it's fair to be saying what you're saying, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. My last question, I'm going to leave other questions because I think most of my questions are on procurement processes. But based on the answer that was given now, I will leave other questions. But just one question for Mr. Polela, because I think you said when Honorable Beasley asked whether there's value for money, and then you said, indeed, there is value for money. But from the answer that Honorable Mate just given, the fact that we are not mainly involved with figures as far as this project is concerned, I think your satisfaction, I assume from where I'm sitting, is about the effectiveness. You are aware that these service providers are effective. They do deliver on what they promised to do. But as to whether there's value for money, I don't think you can be able to answer that based on the answer that was just given by Ms. Patty. Because a value for money, it says we must get the best service at a reasonable price. You see, it's the best service on one part, but the price should be reasonable. But if somebody gives us the best service, but you don't know at what cost is that best service, you can't necessarily say there is value for money. Because the service, yes, we do receive it, you can see the service is best, but if that service is too expensive for us, you can't just say there's value for money. Because value for money, you must compare the service and the cost of that service. So I think from the answer that Ms. Marty gave, I realize that you are not necessarily, the two of you, involved on the issue of figures, but what you know is the effectiveness as to whether are these service providers effective or not. And from where you are sitting, and from the answer that you gave, I think you are satisfied that they are effective. But I don't think you can confidently say there is value for money. When somebody said, I can do this work at 5 million rand per year and end up doing it at more than 100 million. No, we know that in any project there would be sometimes environments, rents and stuff like that because of the material conditions. But to move from 5 million to more than 100 million, when there are other bidders who said we can do the job at 90 million rands, we can do the job at 80 million rands, we can do the job at 70 million rand. But the one who said they can do it at 5 million rand end up doing it at more than 100 million rands. I don't think you can confidently say it's less value for money. That's my last question, Chair. Thanks.
I do get your submission, my lord. Let me go back to confirm what Ms. Marty has said, that indeed supply chain does market analysis on the things that we do purchase. That's where we get our information from to say there's value for money in this. But you're right in saying in the deliverance of the product, you must remember that the work that we do is visual. I can see. So I agree with you that I do see the value. But whether there's value for money is decided by the GCIS. Whenever we buy something like the stuff that we were talking about, it goes to, it does go to supply chain to say, are these garments in terms of the apparel, is there value for money in paying for this? I base my judgment, you are correct, on the outcome.
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. I think one should begin by congratulating Bafana for qualifying for World Cup. Indeed, Chairman, we must admit that indeed Hugo Bruce and Mkhwanazi are indeed doing their best to make sure that this country goes the right direction.
Honorable Lamula must just make sure we don't get deported out of the US.
We must deal with that. No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I'm also not going to be long. Siyabulisa kwensizwa ngezwe insizwa yase-Underberg. I just have a couple of short questions. I think on the background, perhaps one would want to check I heard that you have a communication strategy. Perhaps just the primary objectives of your RAV communication strategy. That's one. Also, perhaps what are you focused at? For instance, is it public awareness, community engagement, or crisis management?
It's all of the above, my lord. It was important for me and for the department coming in to ensure that we reach as many people as possible. I remember making the argument to the board and my team that now that we had those resources, as per our communication strategy was geared towards ensuring that the people of South Africa start to experience the RAF every day at any given time using multiple platforms. And yes, there is your PR involved, as you mentioned, but there is community engagements. As we speak, we have a timetable teaming up with community radio stations going around the country where we do community engagements, because we realize that as much as many people consume media through radio, there are people that want face-to-face engagement, because in those engagements they also want to talk about their claims. So my communication strategy is geared towards many things to ensure that the people of South Africa do experience us in many given platforms.
Okay, thanks. In line with that, do you have any key performance indicators, KPIs, that you use to assess, obviously, your past communication in the initiatives? And also, maybe in line with that, do you have any metrics that would then inform the budget allocations for incoming projects?
We do have our KPIs that are spelled out in our contracts at the RAF. We also engage ourselves in performance. We get evaluated, and that's how we get our or not get our bonuses. So that is done throughout the year. When you ask about, do we have matrix? Yes. Continuously what we do is we sit down, and when we present to the board, and it is presented to myself by members of my team, where we look at the mood of the market or the members of the public, how are they moving in consuming the RAF? We have negative, neutral, and positive, and then that gets presented, and that's how we gauge, how the public is receiving us. But another one is we constantly monitor social media. I immediately, when I arrived, I looked at the mood on social media, and it was saying, you're corrupt, this, I haven't received my money. Once we started doing these community engagements, what we're getting constantly is, when are you coming to see us?
No, thanks. According to your knowledge, given that you are an expert in this field, what are the usual agency fees around integrated marketing, also in the media buying space?
In the media buying space, there are set rates, and those are standard. You can't move from them. I did mention earlier that we do know, sitting here now, how much it costs as pertaining the media buying spaces, which you're talking about. How much it costs to place an advert in the Sunday Times, almost R1 million. I was looking yesterday how much it costs to put an information on 702 at 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. So those are set, right? We do have knowledge of those.
So, on average, the percentage of the total value of the budget, it's usually at what percent? Just average management fee.
The management fee. I'm just trying to clarify.
Yes, I'm saying the management fee.
By our agencies.
Yes. No. I'm just saying the standard of the industry.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So he's basing his question on Zinge. Zinge is an integrated comms and marketing agency, correct? He's asking what the industry benchmark rate is for management fees by an agency like Zinge to a client like the Road Accident Fund.
We do have a management fee that for Zinge. Is it at 4%?
No. For now, he's asking what the industry average is.
I would know. I would know. It's mostly 10%, but it varies. Because it depends on the different agencies. There are smaller agencies, there are bigger agencies, and so they differ. It would be difficult to pin down an exact figure.
So to you, the 3% by Nzinga seemed reasonable.
So this is. Let me just, by way of background. So this is what happened. I realized through Media Mix what had happened in the process that had led to Media Mix being procured, and the fact that the value was 500 million. So when it came to it, to prevent a situation where you had a chancer who said, I can do the work for 3 cents, I said to the people at the time, because I was playing an advisory role until your bid evaluation, I said, we have a budget of 500 million. When you put it out on tender, put out that we have a budget of 500 million, and where the media companies were going to fight it out was on the management fee and the ability to deliver. And so that was the quantum of 500 million was set. And where Zinge came in was obviously at 3%, and their presentation was the one that won the bid.
No, thanks. I think that really assists me. Your RAF awards 2025, where were they held, and perhaps the capacity of the venue?
It was in Sandton, my lord. I think it was the Sandton Convention Centre.
So what was the capacity of the venue that you used? Because I'm looking at one of your invoices here at 19 March 2025. I see that for venue hire and services it was about 1.1 million. Was that reasonable?
The venue was full. I don't know what the actual capacity is, my lord. Does it seem reasonable? I am not an expert in facilities, and with respect, I cannot answer that. Again, we would have reverted to the supply chain management to then do an analysis if this was indeed value for money.
So in the context of RAF, would you be comfortable to say that you spend about 3.9 million only on awards?
Myself,
Yes, I'm saying, would you, as on your opinion, if you would want to comment, are you comfortable with that? Since this, it appears like it was arranged and paid from your department.
My opinion doesn't matter in this regard, my lord. When we are asked to organize awards, different departments do pull in and organize this event. And again, when you're talking about 3-point-something million, that's well above my delegation of authority.
You sign up until 1 million, right?
Indeed, my lord.
On the 7th of May 2025, you signed an invoice that was paid, but I just want to understand what type of a bucket head costs 11,500 and what type of a sport bag costs 37,900.
We have already,
because the quantity is 1-1.
We have already conversed that, my lord, to say, indeed, there is a bills of quantities that spells out how many basket hats there were. It wasn't singular. It was a batch in both. So 11,000 does not relate to one hat. That hat would have to be made of special material, and in this case, no, it was a batch, my lord.
You know, Chair, unfortunately is that I can't share this invoice. The invoice has column 1 quantity, which it says 1.
So let me give them my own. I know which ones you're referring to, so I'll give them my own. I've stopped the clock. So Mr. Polela, I think if you look at you obviously will have an explanation. And I've stopped the clock, Honorable Matuna, but I'm trying to assist, right? So in your bundle, Mr. Polela, you have various invoices. There is the man of the match one with a bucket head for 11,200, right? However, there are invoices which appear to be done correctly, and we can canvas sorry, I need to just get the right examples now. Having handed my own over, I am now. So there are invoices which are done in the normal manner, right? And I will hope to locate it here.
I can make you an example, Chair.
You've got one, eh?
Yes.
Which itemizes the issue.
No, yes.
Okay, please do.
For instance, on the 6th of May 2024, you bought 24 blue laptops. The quantity is 20. It's 148,000, which if you divide, it's about 7,000 per laptop. So that's how you'd expect an invoice to be done. So in this case, you say 1, and then you say 1 bucket head. You say 11,500. So I'm asking, what kind of a bucket head is that?
My Lord, I have submitted to you, and I submit again, that it wasn't one singular bucket hat. It was 100. I've got the document here. And so I can clarify to this committee that it was 100 of them. And as it relates to the sports bags, the number is again 100, not one. I can perhaps share the document with the committee. And I didn't sign this invoice, did I?
So you paid this invoice based on what? If the invoice is wrong, you paid it. Because I think basically what you are saying to me is that the invoice is wrong. So you paid the invoice based on what?
My Lord, the invoice, I assume, was paid on the accompanying quotation with the correct numbers. 100, 100 for both items. The quotation has the correct numbering.
Sorry, can I?
And I didn't sign this invoice, my Lord.
Okay, so
respectfully.
okay, so Honorable, to now stop the clock, right, for you. So, Mr. Panala, the difficulty the committee has is that whether the invoice is signed by you or someone else. So, in one of the invoices shared with the committee is for actually apparel. It's the one signed by Manini Hadede. Colleagues, it will be in the bundle. It says quantity 680, golf t-shirts at 409, which is a very generous price for a t-shirt, but we'll get there. Golf t-shirts at 409, total price 278,120. Then the next one is 600. So clearly we're expecting 680 people thereabouts then. That invoice to me makes sense because it says on the invoice that you bought 680 t-shirts at 409 rand each, and that was the total amount. And therefore, the person who's authorizing the invoice would know exactly what it is for, you understand? But when you encounter, and there's another invoice, and maybe you can also enlighten us about this. This one is signed by you. For example, 1,000 branded transparent bottles. I don't know if they're bottles of water, they're just bottles, at 85 rand each. You understand? And then the amount is 85,000. That's also an invoice that is done correctly. You understand? So when you get an invoice that says bucket hat, and then the quantity says 1, as a member Maduna, I look at that and I say, but this is not how invoices are done. What's going on here? You get the members' difficulty with this way of invoicing, which sometimes looks normal. At other times, you really have to ask someone to explain it to you.
Indeed,
So can you help the member? I'll restart his clock, but I think, please, yeah.
Perhaps, Chair, in addition, before he answers, if you go to one of the invoices, they even go further in addition to the example that you made, where they say quantity 1, and then they say description. They go and explain that netball patches per set of beeps. You see, at least you know it's a set. There is just one bucket head. One quantity, 11,500. Now, I
do get you, my Lord, but indeed, again, I must say, sitting here, I have the benefit of having to look at the correct quantity. But I do get your point, and I do accept your point that this invoice, as it stands, should never have been signed in this way.
Still have some time, but do not. 1 more minute.
I would make an assumption that there are invoices of the same day, of the 7th May 2025. There are 2 different invoices. I would assume that they were for the same event. Just hoping you have them from Nzingwe.
Which
The second invoice is of 322,000.
Indeed, my lord, I have it in front of me.
Were they for the same event? With the one that we just on now, the one of packet head of 11,500.
I just want to see the labeling because this one says Interfund Games. I just want to make sure.
The other one says NSD Golfers.
Indeed, looking at this, it says Interfund Apparel for the one, the offending one.
Yeah.
And then I do not see the label Interfund here, and I don't want to put myself in a ditch and confirm something which is not. So I am not sure.
Because I'm asking. I would be asking a colleague because I see that you have set up fees in all the invoices. And now I'm wondering, do you set up twice for the same event? But because you're saying that you're not sure, it's fine. Let us perhaps move. And accepting that we are still having a query of that bucket head of 11,500 and a spot bag of 37,000. I want to check.
Sorry, last question, Honorable Matter. Go ahead.
Yeah, my last question. How much did you sponsor the Comrades Marathon for in total?
Which year? This year. I wouldn't know that figure since I've indicated that I've been on suspension since the 2nd of. Yeah.
I also don't have the figure in front of me, but the contract itself was for 3 years, and the figure for those 3 years was at over 3 million, my lord. But I don't have the exact amount.
So were you sponsoring it via both your both Zinga and Media 360?
So what would have happened in this instance is obviously Media Mix would have done the media buying, right? Media buying, I remember on television that day, realizing that there was a buzz around the Comrades, because that's where you want to be when you want to be part of the topic. For media, for the adverts, I think we paid around 800,000. So again, media.
800,000 was to which? Zingwa or 360?
No, Media Mix 360. That was for media buying. So the two of them, one would have done media buying, right? And then in the stands, you had the logo of the Road Accident Fund, accompanied by the Comrades. And then you have activations around the Comrades, so engagements. So those would have been done by Zinga. So the roles would have been different. They take the route for which they are dedicated. One for producing stuff and getting involved in engagements, and the other one for media buying. So they would both have gotten involved, and indeed they did.
Thanks, Mr. Palela. So,
Okay.
Now, I just want a clarification. You can ask your last.
No, you can ask it
for clarification. So, basically, this is not a sponsorship. It's a buying media space. You are saying, right? So, I'm just trying to, because Honorable Maduna's question on the Comrades was about the sponsorship of the Comrades. Right? So I need you to clarify, because I now understand you to be saying that it's media buying in essence, right? However, you have to produce creative material for placement at the Comrades so that it can appear on TV when Honorable Slamlela wins the Comrades. So
Very good example. Very good example.
So I just want to be sure that I understand you. Or are you saying there was a sponsorship with the Comrades Marathon Association, and then there was then also creative work done by Zinge, and then media placement by Media Mix 360? I just want to, can you please clarify that terrain, and then Honorable Matuna will ask his last question.
It's a sponsorship, and as part of this package, so we get to place media, and as part of this package, we get to be situated in Changa, which is more or less a halfway point, where we have our team participating in giving water and other drinks and massaging the runners, and for those who are stragglers, feed them potatoes and oranges just to give them strength. So it's part of the package. But when I came in, I identified gaps. I identified opportunities. For instance, on the finishing line, on the stands at the stadium, I was like, we're paying so much money for this package, but we're not there. I want us to be there. And then learning from last year, the senior manager, acting senior manager for marketing, then also identified another opportunity to say, but we don't just need to be haphazard where if the camera faces us, then...
No, I think we get it. I mean, you've answered the question. So can you ask your follow-up?
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. Lastly, I just want to register because I have the invoices from both Media 360 and Zinka. And one, I see there's a sponsorship fee that you paid of 1.6. There's a broadcasting fee that you paid of 716,000. That was to Media 360. Again, on Zinga, you made a payment of total of 350,000. Now, I want to understand, if you separate the two, what is happening? What is the responsibility of Zinga with regards to the Comrades Marathon, and what is the responsibility of the Media 360 appears to be clear that you took monies of our people who were involved in car accidents, and you sponsored with 1.6 and 800,000 for broadcasting. But on the other one, what is the invoice for regarding the same Comrades Marathon?
It's for the services that are delivered by Zinge. The services that they delivered for that were, as I did mention, we did activations, around the event, but they also would have produced the work that would have been placed by Media Mix. And my lord, with respect, no, we did not take monies that were due to people who were affected by accidents. We have a budget for it. The budgets that we have is quite apart from the budget that is allocated, the 45 billion rand budget that is allocated to survivors of car accidents, as well as the claimants who have passed on. With respect, my lord.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to come to Honorable Atkinson. I have important follow-up questions. So I just need to understand, Mr. Polela, so the Road Accident Fund is a sponsor of the Comrades Marathon?
Until the Comrades of this year, yes, the contract has ended.
That's fine. Who has the contract? Is it you as a Road Accident Fund and the Comrades Marathon Association?
It's between ourselves and the Comrades Marathon, yes.
Okay, so it's directly between you.
Between the two.
So Zinge have not
No, they're not.
If they've not, I wanted to clarify that at this point. So basically, when there's a Comrades Marathon, there are three contracts being activated. There is the contract between the Comrades Marathon and the Comrades Marathon Association and the Road Accident Fund. Then there's a contract between RAF and Zinge, and there's a contract between RAF and Media Mix 360.
Correct, my lord.
So these two are supposed to come together. Okay, that's fine. We will canvass further issues later. Yeah, Honorable Atkinson, your 3 minutes begins. Sorry, 15. My apologies.
I thought you were going to give 12 minutes to the Honourable Chair. It should get 27 minutes.
Apparently, you guys agreed that she's getting 8.
We'll see. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Pereira, for appearing before us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for appearing before us today. I don't want to go into great detail over the invoices. I just want to ask you a number of questions about what led you to actually take this position. But before I do that, there was one invoice from Zinga which has piqued my curiosity, and it's for a so-called fraud prevention event, which you bought 680 golf t-shirts and 680 cricket hats. So you spent close on R500,000 on a fraud prevention event. How would that have helped to prevent fraud, and who were the 680 people who were lucky enough to have got the golf t-shirts and the cricket hats?
It's an internal event, my lord, as I understand it, yes.
680.
If I remember well.
Yeah.
We have a staff complement of around 3,000 and
Okay,
something odd.
all right.
Yes.
So what sort of event was it? So, I mean, did they go and play golf, or what was the story? Because I see you bought golf t-shirts and cricket hats.
When was this event, my lord?
Invoice date 4th of December 2024. So it was at the end of last year, basically. I guess, yeah.
Yeah. I know about the fraud awareness event, but the particular event, I don't remember what occurs on the day, and I don't want to venture to explain when I don't have the details.
All right, no, that's fine. That just seemed like a lot of money to spend on such an event, R500,000, but I would be interested maybe if you could just give us a little bit more information about that and bring it to the committee. I'd appreciate that. Mr. Pereira, my colleagues have covered these invoices in great detail, so I'm not going to try and do that as well. I'm not going to repeat their work. I just want to ask you some questions about you and your employment at the Road Accident Fund and what led you to go there. How long have you been at the Road Accident Fund for? When did you first start working for them?
On the 3rd of October of 2023, my lord. So we're sitting at 2 years.
Okay. So I think you mentioned the fact that you have attempted to immerse yourself in the fund to understand what it was all about and everything. Prior to coming to the Road Accident Fund, were you aware of all the issues surrounding the fund and the issues surrounding the CEO?
No, I mean, I became aware of it when obviously I saw the advert. I decided I was going to apply, and then I started reading extensively about the organization. So before that, no, my lord.
Okay. Were you aware of how difficult it was going to be to try and convince people through billboards and potential advertising of the goodness of the Road Accident Fund when people are not getting paid, when there are massive claims, a massive series of claims outstanding, hospital bills not being paid. The point I'm trying to make is that the Road Accident Fund's problems are structural. And until they can actually sort out their business and actually sort out the fact that they're losing the state huge amounts of money through default judgments, and through the fact that they're not paying hospitals and everything, as much as you may try to put on events and to put up billboards, it would be very difficult to convince the public. And I see you put out a campaign called I Care. And part of the problem of your I Care campaign, which could be considered to be false advertising, is the fact that you encourage people to come directly to the fund. And what we've actually found is that quite often when people have come to the fund, that their claims actually prescribe in the hands of the fund. So things actually kind of fall apart because there's not sufficient capacity to process things in time in the fund. So the question I'm asking you is, was your spending on that I Care campaign not fruitless and wasteful expenditure and potentially false advertising?
You've conversed a couple of lies, which I don't want to escape this committee, my lord. You're saying that we're trying to convince people to, I paraphrase, to believe in the road accident fund, we have a dual mandate. One mandate is to inform, is to obviously process claims, right? And the other mandate is road safety. So I think I just want to make you aware that we also spend, a sizable amount of money on road safety. Now you're talking about false advertising. We have, since I have come to the Road Accident Fund, had different slogans. Different slogans that we put out. I care is the one that I found when I got there, right? I care values. That's where it comes from integrity and others, right? So our advertising is not based on our values. We are basing our work on trying to empower people to how to reach us, how to claim. And in October of 2023, we launched the contact center, which has empowered a lot of people, because before that they were in the dark as to whether their claims were processed, at what age was the claim, whether it was still being processed, and what amount. So all of that needed to be advertised. So it's not particularly focused on one thing. How do I feel about it? I feel that we promote false advertising? No. The latest of our slogans is, your journey shouldn't end in RIP. So I care is just based on the values of the Road Accident Fund, my lord.
Do you have any numbers of people who actually successfully manage to implement claims that get paid, who come directly to the fund, as opposed to through lawyers?
I forgot to canvass that, because you said we promote people to come directly to us. No. Ever since I came, it was made abundantly clear to me that legislation does not, as we sit here and now, allow that. As I understand it, it was a pilot, because sitting here, there are only 3% of people that claim directly. 97% of the people claim by way of lawyers. I myself, because I do get members of the public who ask for my advice, because as you understand, as a face of the organization and a spokesperson, people think that you can solve their problems. So when they ask me, I do want to claim, can I come directly, or can I come by way of representation? My advice is always, and I'm honest with them, you need to find a lawyer to represent you. And that's purely based on legislation that says that you need an attorney.
Well, Mr. Pelela, I must thank you very much for your honesty, because I actually asked the question. The Road Accident Fund sat here last week for a whole day, and they couldn't actually give me that number. So thank you for coming up with that number of the 3% of the people who claim directly, because it was certainly, I suppose, in a sense, implied to us that the number was much higher, and that they were doing everything in their power to get people to come directly to the fund through call centres and phoning members of the public and that sort of thing. So I'm very glad for that number. Chair, did we get that number eventually from the Road Accident Fund, what I asked last week? Did they come back?
Oh, we'll have to check with the Secretariat. Yeah.
Okay, but I think Mr. Pelela has actually probably helped us in a great way to confirm what that number is at 3%, basically. So, but part of the problem remains that of the 97% that do come via lawyers.
Sorry, Honorable Atkinson, I'll stop your clock. This is this part, and if you are going to go there, please allow me. We have been repeatedly told that the lawyers are the problem. People can claim directly from the Road Accident Fund, right? That's what we've been told. And you are saying that it was made abundantly clear that people need a lawyer. Can I ask, who made it abundantly clear to you?
It was made abundantly clear to me when I presented the strategy to the then acting executive for corporate services that we do not promote direct claims. That I needed to remove it from that because it is not promoted. It was a pilot. The name of the gentleman was Ian Burial. And let's go back to the venue, if you may.
No. We sort of suspended the time. We really have to traverse this particular thing. And it's not your responsibility, I understand, but
Indeed.
you introduced a piece of information that directly contradicts what we have been told repeatedly and what has repeatedly been said in public. So you might have been busy, didn't have the opportunity. I asked a question last week when your colleagues appeared on Tuesday, whether at any point in time the Road Accident Fund gave an instruction not to pay direct claims. And the answer was a categorical no. I'm telling you, we can put out the record. That's what one of your colleagues said. So I just want you to understand that this is what you're saying. And one of our expectations is that in your campaigns, in the spirit of limiting the amount of money that lawyers get for all the work that they propose to clients, is that the Road Accident Fund would then tell people that, please, you don't need a lawyer. Please come to us. We will help you ourselves and you can finalize the whole thing. And basically, most of the money goes to you. That's our understanding as a committee. And if what I'm saying contradicts what our understanding is, but that genuinely is our understanding. So that is why I stopped you at this. And we will then seek further information from the relevant people. Oh, sorry. And by the way, I do understand because it was made clear to us, and I think it was Mr. Mkwali who explained that there was some backlog, Operation Shanela or something, which was to clear the direct claims that were there. Part of the information given to us by some of the whistleblowers is that that was done so that after that, none are ever accepted again. Are you aware of that?
No, my lord, I am not aware of that. However, I just want to correct one thing. I don't know if I heard you well when you were saying that there was something to the effect not to pay direct claimant.
No, not to accept.
Not to,
so I meant that not to accept them any further.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Apart from the stock that was already sitting inside.
Yes. Another point, if I may, my lord, is that you were saying you have always been told, and I quote, that lawyers are the problem. They do have problems that they visit upon the Road Accident Fund, yes. But to categorically say that they are the problem, no, I wouldn't venture to say that.
All right, thank you. Look, you've got a specific role at the fund, so we're not gonna go down that rabbit hole with you. Let's take it up with someone else. But Ms. Mate, it appears you wanted to assist us with further.
Yes, I want to assist with regards to what I know pertaining to direct claims, but I quickly need to use the restroom. Can I quickly?
You are allowed. It's a human right to use the restroom. So, members, can we take a 5-minute break so that so we all take a break? Sorry, please do.
You should have said yes, my lady.
Miss Mate is back. She was going to assist us. So please assist us, Miss Mate. Vice Chair. This is not the ad hoc.
Okay. So on the issue of direct claims, right? There's a lot of confusion pertaining to that. There's a colleague of mine who since left the RAF who was on my team, and we like saying, so are we going direct or we going with lawyers? And the confusion came in 2019. The picture that I want to paint is as follows. When the new CEO came onto the scene, he indicated we needed to pull out anything pertaining to the promotion of direct claim. That was one of the key drivers of the new transformative strategy of the RAF. At that point in time, I remember it was in beginning January 2020, we had to pull every advertising that was already on the logs in all media. That costed RAF millions, because all the media houses were like, okay, sure, RAF, if you want to pull out, we had Vodacom and all advertisers lined up. So we'll pull out and give them an opportunity, but you're already booked on the logs. So you're going to pay full bill. That's what happened with the story of direct claims from a communication strategic perspective. That from that point onwards, we never were given a strategic direction to say, you need to be going out there and promoting direct claims. So that was not only the financial implication from the advertising side. We had a lot of branded marketing collateral in terms of gazebos, marketing materials that had to be brought back into our storerooms. You can ask the guys at the asset depository, or I don't remember the word that we used, the disposing unit, because when we brought those things as the head of the unit, I told them, so what is your strategy? How are you going to dispose of this wastage? So when colleagues come from operations and talk about Project Cienza, there's a bigger picture in terms of what unfolded in the past 6 years pertaining to direct claims. Personally, as the senior marketing manager of the Road Accident Fund, if I was to be involved in a car accident, shamefully so, I will say publicly, I will never come to the RAF and lodge a claim directly. And those were the things that we were saying, even through our customer satisfaction reports. We used to have a research agency partner to us, and we'll go out in the market and say, okay, what is the customer satisfaction index? When that tender bid was up for approval, just like the one that I mentioned for the promotional materials, it was not signed off, regardless of being approved or recommended for approval of award by the BAC. So we didn't have a promotional material supplier. We did not have a research agency. And those things that you're busy asking Mr. Pulela to say, can you give us an indication, the metrics? That is information that we used to have. But when the tender bid was cancelled, because no, RAF didn't need that anymore. Just like RAF didn't need to use GCIS anymore. As committee members, when our colleagues come here, I feel frustrated because you think we are just a bunch of professionals who don't know what we are doing. Busy asking questions, you know. We have MBAs. Unfortunately, a tsunami hit us in 2019. And this is the collateral damage that you're seeing playing out. Ask any other senior manager at RAF, do we promote direct claims or not? They will not answer you because there is no clear strategy pertaining to that. So on that note, that's the clarity that I'm giving you as a committee, that when you're doing the recommendations pertaining to matters on the RAF, you need to know that from a strategic perspective, that's where we find ourselves. Thank you.
My Lord, if I might add, because I don't want to confuse members of the public, to suddenly for them to think that if they came by way of direct claiming, we are going to stop them. Even though we don't promote it, we don't stop them. And we've had instances where people have been with lawyers. I remember the one instance where somebody was with a lawyer, but they were frustrated, and so they ended up ditching the lawyer and coming to us directly. And I think they were paid a figure of around 800,000. And I remember this case because after they were paid, apparently the lawyer came and said, "But you still owe me for these services." So you will get problems on both. But I just wanted to just say, but also the legislation spells that only lawyers can claim.
Thanks, Mr. Polela. So here's the thing. I think I'll be very surprised if there is a member here or a member of the public who does not want every cent to go directly to the claimant. I think that's what we all want, right? So the whole argument I was having last week and the other members were having last week with your colleagues was whether the RAF makes it possible for ordinary people to be able to walk in, get assistance, get over the other side without ever having the need to go and approach a lawyer. So in other words, I think here we are advocates for a system of direct claims. And what we had been told is that this is precisely what the Road Accident Fund wants itself, and we are happy with that. What is puzzling is to hear that even the promotional material, because the expectation when we see these contracts is somewhere in there, is where we're saying, we're telling people in KZN, if you live in these areas, that's where you can go, there's a number you can call, etc., etc. That's the expectation, right? So that people don't need to go to ZB Incorporated for help. They can just go there and somebody assist them. So that is why this piece of information is important. I don't want us to, because we're in the middle of Honorable Atkinson's time, and he's almost done. I think he has got like 2 minutes left, right, on his time. So I just want him to. Okay, Honorable Mende has got is it a quick question? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. No, she said if all of them as staff members in RAF, they wouldn't advocate for someone to come to RAF as a direct claim. And then she left out why.
Oh, okay, that's simple. So just complete that explanation and then we'll go to Honorable Atkinson.
Because there's a strategy and there's a practicality of things. I will not be able to fill in the RAF1 form. That's the answer. I've got an MBA, I can't fill the RAF1 form. So that's why I'm saying we need strategic reforms within the RAF and sort out the legislative for this system to work. Currently, the RAF1 form, when we were sitting around as team members and we were putting that RAF1 form, we were all looking at each other and like, so Vela, we are no longer claiming direct. This is what you are implying. Because if I, a person who has an MBA, cannot fill an RAF1 form, what are we saying about the mama who is out there who cannot even go past the first 2 sentences of the form?
Okay, so what we, and Honorable, normally it's going to be your turn now, so. But honorable members, so what we will do, we will ask the RAF to send us both forms, right? To send us the old one and to send us the new one. And we can have them here and go through the differences between the two. And then we can talk about the court cases and everything else that has happened in between. Honorable Atkinson, your last question, and then we'll move to Honorable Slamle.
just want to have one for Mr. Pereira and one for Mrs. Machia, please. Okay. One for Mr. Pereira. Thank you very much for that very insightful answer to the final question. I won't ask you anything more about invoices because what you told us has been gold. But you did make a comment when you sat down about sometimes advising people when to shut up. And we think particularly about your former CEO who used to hold rather eccentric press briefings and various other things. Did you ever advise him when it came to his communications to the public, or did he just not listen to you? Because he was often out there, and sometimes he was his own worst enemy in his press conferences that he held. So I was just wondering what sort of influence did you have over those?
Look, I will put it to you this way. There is advice that you give your colleagues, the people that you report to, and the people that are in charge. Now, you're asking me a question whether he listened to that advice. When you offer advice, you are not expecting a person to take your advice and run with it, and it's advice that you give. And those people are quite competent to decide whether your advice is a sound one or not. We sat and yes, we would talk about strategies. We would talk about whether it was prudent or not prudent to do A, B, and C. And that's where it ended. What I didn't have the ability was to try and sort of bulldoze myself and influence him. My job is to offer advice, and my job is not to sort of bulldoze myself. I'm not an easy person. I do have difficult words that I use with people, but some people are thick-skinned, and they take it or they don't take it. But I don't want sitting here to sort of be pitched or furrow against the former CEO to say you advised him and he didn't take your advice. What I will offer to you is I offer advice to different executives, and it's up to them whether they take it or not. Thank you.
Fair enough, thank you. And Mrs. Mathieu, you're obviously a lady of independent mind, and I think you might well have found the situation difficult at the Road Accident Fund because we had people here yesterday who gave evidence of the fact that I think when people felt crossed in the organisation that they found themselves sidelined or their careers came to an end, whatever. I was just interested, you mentioned about a particular deal or something was the basis why they suspended you. I'm sure there's probably more around it than that. But could you maybe just explain to us why you were suspended or what the situation was that brought that about, basically?
Let me just say that the system was built up to deal with people like me. You said, what term did you use in terms of? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Atkinson. Honorable Chair, it's your 15 minutes.
No, thanks. I think my departing point will be with the question just asked by the honorable member close to me here. Ms. Martin, I would have asked this question earlier on, maybe to paraphrase it. Who suspended you?
The gentleman sitting next to me.
Okay. Did you mention in relation to which transaction or which matter?
It's with regards to the media mix contract.
What about it?
There's a okay, let me give a brief context with regards to that. Like the contract started in November 2026 and 2022. Thank you.
Take it easy.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so the contract started in November 2022.
Okay.
Yes, worked on that contract. Mr. Pulela was not here. And then he came into the scene. I was very happy when Mr. Pulela came to the scene. You know why? Because I saw him as my get out of jail card. Because I happened to be working in a role that was linking the corporate communications department to the CEO's office. And it was the worst 6 months of my career. So when Mr. Polela came, I had all the love in the world for him because I was like, thank you, Macintosh, I can give you a hug and I'm out of this. Yes. But like I'm saying, the system was built to work out people like me and the Mr. Mshangas and the Johns and a lot more of people that
Yeah,
will come.
I understand. I'm trying to save my 15 minutes.
Okay.
What transaction were you suspended for?
I was okay.
The issues around it.
Okay, I can't get into the detail of that because I haven't really set for my disciplinary hearing. Ne? Yes, but it's a particular transaction that happened the previous financial year. I left the country for 3 weeks, and then when I came back, it was a couple of days before the elections. I was told that the organization needed to do investigation pertaining to that particular transaction, which happened the previous financial year. We were now in the new financial year, right? So I went home. I sat for 15 months without charges. There were investigations that happened.
Okay.
And then when the interim board came to the scene, I was then given charges. I think someone sat there and thought it's quite shameful that we need to take this to the new board who was now asking about this long suspension list. So there were charges that came in on the 31st of July.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, can I just say to Ms. Martis, so you are a protector, if you recall. So I'd just like to ask Ms. Ibrahim to provide guidance to you in relation to what questions you can. And I apologize, Chair, because I'm trying to see if we can squeeze a more specific answer for you. Ms. Ibrahim, can you please provide guidance in this instance?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, indeed, the witness is protected. Evidence that she gives here can't be used against her in another forum, including in those disciplinary hearings.
Okay, so what you are saying, therefore, is that can you please provide more specifics to the honorable member with regards to his question? When you say it was a transaction, we don't know. Can you just give us at least the nature of the allegation around that transaction? And just give us color. I mean, we're not going to work out whether you are guilty or not. That's not what we are here to do. And I've made it clear to every person who's appeared here. We're not the CCMA. However, it's important that the members get enough specifics when they ask a question to be able to make a judgment either way in terms of our recommendations and our further oversight work. So I'd ask you to give us a bit more information than you are giving us because you are protected. Just to be certain, we will communicate through the ministry and the board that we asked you to provide the specifics, and the specifics that you provide must not be used against you, in line with what Ms. Ibrahim said earlier.
Okay, I'm still reluctant.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still
Sorry, Ms. Ibrahim's hand is up. Sorry, maybe
Yeah.
we'll get more help.
As long as you save my time.
No,
Yeah.
I stopped the clock. You're still under 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm still reluctant.
Chairperson, if I can assist the witness, perhaps you can simply explain what the charge is in terms of the charge sheet and not speak to your defense of that charge at all.
Okay, all right. So what I'm charged for and what was put on the notice of the precautionary suspension is completely different. So that's why I find it difficult to then talk to the details of what happened, you know? Because even when I went in to meet with the investigators, the gentleman was asking
Sorry,
me,
can I say, so to help us in this way, say to us, my letter of precautionary suspension said X, and then the next communication said why. That at least helped
Okay,
Honorable
yes.
Slamulela,
All right.
to kind of navigate his way through, because he possibly has follow-up questions and so on.
So my precautionary notification was saying that the fund is putting me on a precautionary suspension for a transaction of a certain amount that they wanted to check if SCM processes were bypassed. Yes. And then the charges are now coming up to 8 charges that talks about other things. Yes.
My lord, may I reluctantly assist?
If you could.
Because my lady is sitting next to me, and it pains me when she says, I was suspended by the gentleman sitting next to me. May I clarify? That it's not me who suspends people. So this is because this is what happened, right? I'm sitting at home last year, and I'm minding my own business, and I receive a call from the CEO saying, Macintosh, what is this? And I'm like, what is what? And I then go to my phone, and he had an ad. And I said, what is this? And obviously both of us were saying the same. And I'm like, I don't know. So what I was looking at was an ad of sort on television by the SABC. And obviously it didn't speak to...
A what?
An ad.
Advert.
An advert, yes. It didn't speak to our slogan, and I had no idea what this was, and I was the head of communications. And I said, I don't know. And so he said to me, find out and report it to me. So I quickly did an exercise of an investigation, for a lack of better word, of what is this? Where did it come from? I spoke to colleagues. Miss Marty was not around, so I spoke to the person who was acting, and they quickly said to me, this is from Media Mix. It was commissioned a long time ago. And again, I didn't know about it. And so I quickly called Media Mix, and I tried to establish what this is, and I found out that it was, as it was running, and it was still some time for it to finish running, it was already wholly paid for to an amount of over 26 million rand. In other words, it was paid for before the work even began. And another thing that piqued my attention, it was paid for the previous financial year, about 14 days before the end of the fiscal year, and for the work that was going to happen in the following fiscal year. And obviously I went around asking the CFO, asking SCM about the rules and legislation regarding making a payment of this sort. I called the SLA, and I couldn't find that we were permitted doing so. And I also spoke to finance on how it was that they processed this payment. And I found that they, in their minds, they thought they were paying for work that was done. And I was now at the last leg of my investigation to see if work was already delivered. Now, I was then in the office of the CEO where we were talking about the sponsorship of the Metro Awards, where he asked me about where I was with the investigation. I was like, I was at the last leg, to which he then told me in no uncertain terms that you need to do something about it. Now, I went to ER, I then presented my findings, and I was advised there and then that my colleague needed to be suspended, and this had to be referred for further investigation. It killed me, having to suspend her. That night, I couldn't sleep because I made it clear. She said she had all the love for me. I made it clear when I arrived. Normally when you do arrive, as a head of communications, you want to work with your own team, but I made it clear to my team to say, I understand, I found you like this, you didn't have resources. We're not going to fight. I will get those resources and I will get you working and I will get you out of the office because you shouldn't be sitting in the office. But if I find that you're not performing, you're not as agile as I want you to be.
So Mr. Polela, I'm worried about Honorable Slumland's time. So can you just be more concise?
I think I'm
I
answering.
have explained. I think I'm long-winded and I apologize, my lord.
Yeah, I think I understand. Can I quickly establish? Is it 28? Was it 28 or you said 26 or 28 or let's say more than 20 million amount? Is it part
Just under 27 million.
Is it part of this expenditure that we are speaking about now? In this contract?
Indeed.
So when we say there's an amount that is already above 100 million per year, does it include this 20?
No. This was already paid for, remember?
It was already paid for?
Yes.
For the work not done?
For the work that was now currently being done, but at the point that it was paid, the work had not been carried out.
Okay.
My lord.
It's fine. Let me leave that question. Assist me, ma'am. You said to me you were the chair of, or you presided over the bid specification committee. Did you say so?
For which one? Media mix.
For this tender? Yes, the media.
There are two.
Yeah.
There are two.
Which one did you preside over?
As a BSc member, I was a BSc member for Media Mix, and then I was also a BSc member for Zingi.
What was your role? You were the chair?
Yes, I was the chair.
For both?
Yes, for both.
I want to understand. You had an MOU earlier on with
GCIS. Yes.
In your bid specification committee, the specifics that you agreed about, were the same? Are they the same that you agreed on the GCIS contract, MOU?
No, they were not.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I come to you, Mr. Poland?
Indeed, my lord.
Why are you involved in so much marketing with so much value? Can you make us understand in brief? You are an entity that is perceived not to be paying you're spending just $1 billion on marketing. What is the value?
Because it's our constitutional mandate to inform the people of South Africa their rights as it pertains to claims. Sitting here also, you must understand that each and every one of us here is a potential claimant of the Road Accident Fund. At some point, you could get involved in an accident. So when I talk to people, I'm not just talking to the claimants. I'm talking to each and every South African, no matter whether they're rich or poor. They consume media in different platforms. But more importantly, we have 11 languages, 11. I have to produce ads in all those 11 languages, and hence I need this much resources.
Okay. Thanks very much. Let's move to the other one. I think I will follow up on that in writing so that I save my time. Just on that specific question. GCIS. So you arrived in this entity as the head of marketing. The entity had before you arrived an MOU with GCIS, then they advertised under the condition that obviously they would have briefed you about. You continued because there was a contractual obligation already by the time you arrived. In your own view, the GCIS, does it have, or do they have had the capacity? Now you are the new head of marketing. You are the one who goes to the board to increase the value and request them that we may need more resources to do this work, as we explain why it must be done. Would you say the GCIS would have had the capacity to carry that particular work?
No. No, because
why didn't you consider working with it?
Well, look, I did canvass the idea of working with the GCIS and I came up with the following findings. They did not have the capacity. Why do I say this? because they outsource the work to the very agencies that we procure. So what was the point of you using GCIS when I was going to be standing in the queue to be serviced while another agency was being outsourced? They have a panel of agencies for this very work. What we needed to have was a dedicated agency that understood the brand, was focused on servicing the brand whenever we needed them. It might appear that the GCIS is cheap, but you must understand that when they do outsource, they go to the very same agencies. The GCIS effectively are the middleman. I did not need a middleman. I needed a dedicated agency.
Okay. Given that, when now you advertise through these agencies of yours, which obviously you are saying to us are powerful than the GCIS, because even the GIS uses them, how do you monitor that? How do you monitor that, for instance, if because part of the package includes billboards, it includes posters and all that, it also includes TV ads and so forth. How do you then monitor to ensure that what the system that you have in place to ensure that all they committed to do is being done before you process payments?
There are set fees, set rates that are very clear, and I did mention this before, but how do we monitor that the work is done? And I've already canvassed this. We did supply to this committee proof of work that was done.
Okay.
An abundant volume of proof of work that was done.
One more.
Okay, yeah, I'll be very, very brief, just two of them. One is this issue of the bucket heads that was being dealt with here by Honorable Maduna and the other members here just as I arrived. When did you pick it that there's an error?
It was when I saw in this committee when it was being mentioned, my lord.
So you have not picked it even before you arrived?
No, not at all.
Who is this Khadem?
Manini works at Wellness, right? Indeed, my lord, Wellness.
At Wellness?
Yes.
Okay. The last one, just for interest. What would you say is your reach in terms of this advertorial space and all, in terms of especially the masses of our people who are in rural areas?
It's huge. It's absolutely huge. I'm very proud of the work that we're doing. Let me give you an example. We put out what we call success stories. Success stories was what we put up on both YouTube and Mzansi Magic. I did talk about I blew it. So I said we needed to go where I blew it is and have a show dedicated to showing people spending money responsibly, but also needed to put it up on YouTube. One of our episodes is sitting at 900,000, which is not very common for government agencies. We get hundreds of thousands of views. I'm very proud of the work that we do, my lord.
Thank you. I thought you only have one lord here. Thank you, my lord.
I am not jealous at all about that. The more people share in it, the better. So we are going to take a lunch break. Yes, we are. You started 11 there. You started 11 there. This is not. You started 11.
Can we remind Skosana that it's not a lot here?
So can I just, these are clarification questions, please, because we need to understand what scope of work we are talking about, right? Because I think that's important. Ms. Mate, if I heard you correctly, is that you mentioned the GCIS in the context of Media Mix 360, is that correct?
that exercise that we're talking about, cost benefit, or it's sort of a cost comparison, etc. It was in the context of
media buying services
media
only
buying services only,
at that point in time.
not integrated marketing services.
Not really, because we later found out that GCIS had gone on a competitive bid process for them to have a panel of agencies. I think there were about 11 or so, which all the government entities were using. And because of that, they're able to do bulk buying, forward buying, wherein, if I need to explain what forward buying is for instance, when they announced that the World Cup was coming to South Africa, I've always been in the private sector, so RAF is the first public entity that I've worked on. We all went for the sports before McDonald's would take up all the sports. So that is a common practice in the industry, that if there's a cost benefit, you can buy media buying and then you get the sports because they are already on the logs. You are guaranteed that they will be flighted, unless if FIFA had lost the legalities or the copyrights for that thing to have come to South Africa. But that's what happened. So GCIS, from a cost containment perspective, was coming at a lower or when you weighed up the opportunity cost of going direct to a media agency and having Salga and all of them, they take our money, because what we were doing, we're giving GCIS money way ahead. So we'll create a suspense account where RAF will have its own monies. For instance, we'll put in 32 million per quarter and say, GCIS, these are the campaigns, because they we're avoiding the situation of fiscal dumping. So they will never take an entity's money if you have not committed to specific campaigns. So we'll tell them we are doing our back to school campaign, we'll be doing our Easter campaign, and
so can I just to help us with time say, so what I'm understanding is that GCIS becomes the agent on behalf of government.
Yes.
Right. Is it the media buying agent on behalf of government?
Yes. So when they go to negotiate with SABC.
Let me help you through the thing. So part of what such an agent, whether it's GCIS or Media Mix 360 and so on, is to pre-book space. And you negotiate lower rates on the basis that you are able to forward buy. So I've got a bank of money and I can get 20 billboards for the price of 15 because I can guarantee the owner of the billboards that I will take up the space. So I say to them, don't give it to anyone else. I will use it, right?
Yes.
And then depending on the execution of the campaign and which department it is, GCIS simply deploys that department, right? If an entity chooses on its own, it will not have the bulk buying capacity of 4 billion when it's like 100 and some odd million. Does that mean the discounts are lower?
Definitely.
The discounts are lower in that case.
They're called rebates.
The rebates, yeah.
So you have a standard rate card at SABC which says if you buy a spot on Mbango or primetime media, this is how much it's going to cost you. A spot will cost you 167,000. But if it's all government entities coming in with that little money, they're able to muzzle SABC to say, we are giving you this. In the next 6 months, you've got business from Salga, RAF, RTMC, whoever, and they've locked those things into their logs. So that's where the negotiating power comes from.
Okay, that's where it then gets to. So what is the rebate on average that you were getting therefore from GCIS in your analysis?
In our analysis, I don't remember from the top of my head because it was done in.
No, we'll get it, but
yeah,
it's sort of a ballpark number.
Ballpark number, sure.
Okay, you don't know. Because I'm trying to understand the differential between your own agency and GCIS. To your earlier point about But colleagues, keep it down. So I'm trying to understand your point earlier about GCIS being the cheaper option as far as media buying is concerned. So what rebates are you then getting from Media Mix 360? So how do they compare the two of them, even in percentage terms? Which one is more expensive?
Media Mix.
Okay, we'll need to get that information specifically, right? Because the advantage of bulk buying is clearly there. Last question for me is, can you just explain when did this transaction with the SABC take place specifically?
The transaction took place on the 31st of March, and we started flight
Which year?
2023, and we started flighting those spots in a week's time. So sometime in April.
Okay, why did you pay upfront, if I may ask?
Okay, so we were utilizing the forward media buying principle to say, please lock those spots. It was a premium spot, right? It's for when
Yes, yeah, I think we get it.
For the news clocks on SABC 1, 2, and 3. For the whole year, we purchase that at any given point in time when you're about to, that timer that says you're about to watch, it's RAF, which then teaches you about our respective branded messages and campaigns.
Yeah, that's the most expensive spot in television.
Yes.
In South Africa,
So when that most spot was locked down, they then came back to say, this is the value add that you are getting. So instead of you having to pay 46 million, you're paying 26 million, and they showcase in the report to show what the value add is. It's just that I don't remember the value add from the top of my head, but it's all there in reports, because every campaign that runs, we send that campaign update to, I forgot the name of the committee, SEMCO or whatever. I've been out of action for 17 months, so I don't.
You can try and remember during lunch time. Okay, no, thank you. I just wanted us to work through, because we can easily mix the two contracts. I kind of also feel GCI shouldn't be doing integrated marketing for anyone. Thank you very much. Okay, can we break for lunch? It's 6 minutes past 1. Can we come back here at 2? Thank you, honorable members. Oh, there is lunch downstairs, colleagues, and Mr. Padola and Ms. Mate, there's the colleagues from Parliament. We don't want you fainting from hunger, so there's food downstairs. And you can. It's on the ground floor, but the colleagues will assist you. Thank you, Chair. If you've got any questions, you can WhatsApp. Yeah. no, don't ask. It's okay, you can carry on. Yes. Thank you. Can I just deal with a committee housekeeping issue so that we can make some decisions together? So tomorrow we're supposed to have a session from 2 to 9. And the affidavit of the witness is still not ready, and I don't want members to not have time with it, given its importance. What has happened is that with, especially when the AG came and everybody that came to see us came, the witness felt that they need to explain further things. It particularly deals with accounting issues, and I want that affidavit to simplify things as much as possible. Otherwise, we're all going to talk in cross purposes. So what we tried to do when it became apparent that that's not going to be ready is to try and move the Law Society from Friday to yesterday in person, which they were quite happy to do, and I think it's the president or chairperson of the Law Society. They just had an engagement with the Minister of Justice. So I phoned the minister this morning to ask them to release the gentleman to come to the committee. And she said, of course, anytime, except tomorrow, because they're dealing with issues of the head of the NPA. There is a panel. And so if that one person cannot come, then the panel can't meet. They have to postpone it to another time, and the government is out of time for that process. And so, unfortunately, they can't postpone the meeting and they can't release the person. But I also had regard for the conversation we're having. It wasn't formal, but there is a feeling by the committee that the meeting, the session with the Law Society needs to be in person. They also prefer in person. We had taken a decision as a committee that on Fridays we will be virtual. So what this will mean, if the members are clear that we want to be virtual, we want to be in person, it means two things. Either we are in person on Friday, or we schedule the session on a day when we can all be in person. So that really is the ask here. It appears that the members want the Law Society to be in person. The Law Society prefers in person as well. The slot in which they're booked is a virtual one. So what I'm simply asking is, do we proceed with virtual on Friday as planned, or we, within the program itself, we find a date when we can be in person with the Law Society, given the role that, and they represent, I think, 4 or 5 different organizations, and they made a public submission as part of the public process. So it wouldn't be necessary then to have slots for different organizations. So I feel they're particularly important in that context. So I'm putting the question to you members, and I'd like to get some views. Honorable Nell May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving us that background. I'm suggesting that we have an in-person meeting with them at another date. Quite a few people have booked flights already, and although it's in line with the virtual meeting, I think it would be better if we do have that in-person meeting at another date. Thank you.
All right, Honorable Nell May has offered a view. Does any of the members here differ with that view? Now, you can't shake your head, you have to say.
No, I agree, Chair, I'm fine. We could do it anytime in person.
Okay, does any of the members disagree? Okay, it looks like we're agreeing that we must be in person. So what we'll do is we'll revise our program. That means, therefore, today and tomorrow we don't have inquiry. Sorry, tomorrow and Friday we don't have inquiry. Just so we'll revise the program so we finish within the allocated time. But we are then going to say the Law Society must be in person in the committee and possibly schedule all day instead of a few hours. Or we'll see what the appropriate time is. Okay, members, thank you very much for that guidance. I just wanted for us to be clear. So, thank you. Ms. Martin and Mr. Palola, thank you very much. We are on the home stretch now. May I ask, what time are your flights? I would suggest that you if you can, so the colleagues are going to assist you, Mr. Palola.
Mine is tomorrow, my lord. I'm safe.
So we can keep you until 11. Okay, great. Which Honorable Scosan I would find very familiar, given the air talk finishes at 2 a.m. Okay, so we'll just ask the team to support you, Miss Mate, because the traffic back to the airport is a nightmare. And we may go a little bit over the time that we had researched, and we don't want you to be anxious. So thank you very much. We are now going to Honorable Scosan, and then we'll keep coming this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Chair. I just want to start by greeting our guests to today. I want to start where I think Sibulela have left off. I'm not sure whether I'm not clear. I just want clarity from Ms. Matia and Mr. Polela. That issue of you being suspended, and you said the gentleman next to me, I thought you'd say Mr. Polela, who's sitting next to me. I just hope there's no animosity between yourselves. Because what happens when we are sitting together like this, you won't even know that he's been suspended by him. But obviously that matter belongs to ER. Because he can only do that, he can suspend you, but he can't deal with the matter anyway, because he's one of the managers. Now, I'm a bit disturbed of what I've seen here. I'm not sure whether this is a branded golf t-shirt for 6,500.
Honorable Sosana, they've got the same bundle, so just say maybe the date and so on at the top or the link so that they can locate it.
Thank you, Chair. I'll give you the I'm happy, I must say, with the 3%. This management fee is very reasonable, I must say. Whoever negotiated, thumbs up. Because where I come from, no chance. This invoice number 6,500. There's that invoice. We have an invoice here. Colleagues, you can help me as well. Check that. I think you've picked it up. It's only one. It says 6,500.
Found it, Honorable Skosana. Is that the one that also has? No. I don't think that's the one. The one that has Gary Player Executives. I don't know what that is. Is that the one 6,500 or is it another one?
Yeah, if it says 6,500, that's the one. Yes, I've got it now.
What is at the top, Honorable Skosana?
Yeah, it says Gary Player Executives. One.
Oh yeah.
6,544. Invoice number 568912. It ends with 912. Date 07/05/2025. Yeah.
Did you find it, Mr. Poland? It might be easier to locate. Yeah, okay, you found it.
Indeed, my lord, I have located it.
It's not that one. I'm sorry to.
I've stopped the clock, so let's just look for it and then I'll resume.
I think it took that. It says 6.5. Oh, no, it's not this one. It's only one item. It's only one item there. Yeah, it's the same. Yes, it's that invoice 05568912. Just after it starts by NSD Golf T-shirts 136,500. Which I think you've explained that perhaps it was put wrongly here because you can't have one golf T-shirt costing 136,500. It's impossible.
Indeed, my lord. I'm looking at the quote. The quotation has a different quantity, and that quantity is for 16 Gary player for executives, right?
16.
16 indeed.
For this 136,000.
Great. I'm looking at the same.
Yeah. The first one.
Oh, the first one is, oh yeah, golfer shirt. Sorry, my apologies, my lord.
Yes.
Indeed, I have located it. So it's 420. That's the correct figure.
Times how many? Because the quantity says one. How many in terms of your code?
In the number of T-shirts.
Yes, the number of how many are they?
420.
Oh, 420. Now here it says one quantity. I think this invoice is completely misleading. And then when we come to this one, the executive one, we say 6,544. How many quantity there?
Those are the Gary players.
Yes.
That's 16.
16.
Indeed.
Okay. Now, because why I'm asking, in this country, there were computers somewhere in Mpumalanga who were bought for X amount of money. So hence I wanted to clear myself on this one. And I think this has to be corrected because it's misleading. If I'm an accountant, obviously, I will definitely ask question about this.
I do submit mine.
Yeah, and the second point is about upfront payment. PMFA is very clear when it comes to that. Whether you negotiate the discount, you can't pay for something which is not delivered for a year. If that company get liquidated, or that company, they sequestrate the company and they did not disclose to you, it doesn't matter whether it's a state institution. We've seen things happening in this country. They attach, they do so many things. They freeze bank accounts. Now, if you've committed so much money into that company, what happened to the public funds?
My lord, they would be lost. It's a simple answer. They would be lost.
Thank you. Now, I won't take too much of your time, Chair. We've been debating here the issue of claimants. Sometimes it pains me because we paid millions of rands of us. We only claim for windscreens in terms of insurance companies. For the last 30 years, I think I've claimed windscreen twice, but I've paid over 4 million rand on the insurance alone. Now, as you said, we are all at risk here. Anything can happen. Am I right?
Correct.
Now, when an MBA graduate, say she can't fill in a claim from RAF, it's disturbing, I must say. I understand that we have a law of damage, so to speak. In Namibia, In Namibia, Botswana, they've done away with that. For one simple reason, because they care for their people. They make a simple form, for you to claim, it's simple. You don't need a PhD degree or a degree to fill in a form in Namibia and Botswana and other countries. And perhaps, as I said earlier, to say this management fee is reasonable. Let me come to lawyers. It's a law, you were correct. It's our law, it says that people must go to lawyers. No problem with that. Inverted commas. But I'm saying perhaps the percentage is too high. Because if we are injured, say you are given R1 million claim, the lawyer will take 250,000 once off. You're left with 750,000 for life. For life. You must survive on that. Now, it's upon us as lawmakers that we must think about this. As I'm sitting here, I'm in pain that I'm paying a medical aid. Even if you don't want to take it, it's compulsory here. That you must take this medical aid as MPs. Now, if we make it compulsory for our people to say, there's no way you must go to a lawyer for you to put up your claim, it's not fair. It's not fair. It should be optional. Remember, lawyers want to litigate. It's their job. It's good for me if clients are coming to me. But for us, for ref, and us as lawmakers, I think we must simplify this so-called complicated documents for a claimant to claim for himself. I'm saying maybe to balance the scale. No problem. They should not think that we are jealous of them getting money, getting that percentage. But the percentage is too high. And let's simplify these application forms. Because even if my mother, I'm not a lawyer, if my mother gets involved in an accident, it means I can't help her. I must go and get a lawyer. And this 120 days, if I remember, there's 120 days, am I right? That you must put up your claim. And because after 3 years, it prescribed, or after 5 years? Is it 3 or 5? After you have already lodged the claim?
It depends. If it's a hit and run, it's a shorter period, 2 years. And then if it's a identified car, it's 5 years.
It's 5 years.
3.
3 years. So, but after 5 years, it prescribed, am I right? Your claim after 5 years, it prescribed.
Don't remember these technicalities. I don't have the.
If I remember,
Yeah.
I think that's what they told us.
Yeah, if you can switch one of the mics. So we can just untangle this, but there are different prescriptions. For hit and run is 2 years. So there are 2 prescriptions. There is a time you are allowed to lodge a claim. 2 years. If after 2 years you have not lodged a hit and run, you can't lodge anymore. That chance is gone. For an identifiable vehicle, you have 3 years to lodge. If you don't lodge after 3 years, it also prescribes. Then there is a 5 years, which begins once you've lodged. So from the date of acceptance of claim until the completion of this, so there's a 5-year period there. So those are the periods you're talking with. So there's 2 and 3 to lodge, and then a 5-year for the prescription of the claim.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to question the one of what you told us as well. How do you measure? Are you using CPA or CPM in terms of your return as well, your ROI from these adverts which we are buying from radio, television, and other social media network?
So what we do is we use the return on investment and we also look at the profitability in terms of cost per reach. So how many people are you able to reach at what rotation and frequency in line with that particular media? So for instance, now we know that if you look at the circulation figures of print media is the one that is slowly dying in South Africa. So those are the kind of things that we put in place to measure.
My follow-up question on that is that I think you've confirmed that only 3% goes direct to a claim from SARS, am I right? I mean, from road accident fund.
Correct.
Now, the effectiveness of that, of buying that ROI now, when you only have this figure, is it only because of the issue which I was talking about earlier, that this application form is complicated? Because the numbers will have grown if those campaigns were effective. Maybe now we'll be talking around 15% that people are coming direct, irrespective of our law. I understand that it's you know, the law which we have doesn't favor our people. You know, it's been proven that it doesn't favor our people. But I'm just trying to find out that the campaign, is that effective? Are you happy with that?
So you are wanting to understand the uptake of marketing campaigns and the direct correlation that it has with how many people are walking through our doors to place their claims directly.
Exactly that, because I heard that it's plus minus 800 to almost R1 billion a year, am I right? In terms of budget for marketing.
It's R1 billion, my lord, for a period of 5 years, meaning it's 200 million per year.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Polela. And I think, Chair, in my view, in closing, perhaps it would be proper for us to rethink about this issue of making, taking action, not only just, having optics here, that if we are serious about helping our people, I think it's for us as parliamentarians, to make things easier. As I said earlier, that it's a law, unfortunately, that people have to go through lawyers for them to get their money from RAF. But for me, I think we must make things easier on this application, because I was disturbed when you say that there's an MBA as well. It's difficult for you to fill in that form. And not that I don't believe you, but I'm just saying that if you, because you work there, you know exactly what we are talking about. And hence I'm saying it's upon us as well, Chair, as parliamentarians, indirectly, as I've spoken about our own medical aid here, that I wanted to go and get a better rate instead of what I'm paying here. But because of the law, I'm forced to be a member, of a particular medical aid scheme. Hence even our people are forced now to go to a lawyer because it's complicated to fill in a simple form. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Scopa. And I must tell you, on that question of the medical aid, it makes me want to go to the doctor for no reason. Because of the premium. Like, I'm going to get sick soon. Let me just ask, do you have any comments to make to the honorable members' input?
Indeed, my lord. Let me just clarify something. The Act does allow for direct claims. However, the system is just not friendly to it. Now, interestingly, I heard you say that as members of parliament, you're the ones that need to change the situation, and I'm happy to hear that. We currently have a bill sitting with the Department of Transport. What I would challenge for you, my lord, to do, and all of you sitting here, is to perhaps sit down and spend time to study that bill. And I'm afraid the bill as it is, if you send it now, is not going to solve what my lord, Honourable Scopa, would like to be solved. Now, here's my submission to that, my lord, once you have a look at it, please remember these words. We need to ensure that there are set fees for how intensively people are injured. In other words, if you've lost a finger, you set a fee. This is how much you're paid. If you have a head injury, etc., etc. Now, how does that assist? That assists in shortening the period by which the claims are processed, because now there's a chart that says, okay, you've lost your leg. This is how much we pay you. You then go to the lawyer only when you feel that you've been hard done by. Number two, what I suggest that you introduce is, in this bill, take away the exclusive purview of the lawyers when it comes to claim. You can even introduce the word brokers. How does that help you? That helps the person in such that even people who are from insurance companies who are used to claims that are fast are then given the opportunity for claimants to go to them so that they can have a claim settled within weeks instead of the 3 years. Because here's what my honorable lawyers do. It is their right. This is what they do. Is you injure a finger, however, they will send you to as many medical practitioners as possible so that the file is this thick. And that takes time. So that by the time that an injury that should have been paid 50,000 rand, they want it to be paid 2-point-something million rand so that they can get more on the 25%. And as he says, the 25% is very offensive to the claimants. You need to reduce it. I yield, my lord.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. On a lighter note, there's a movie called Philadelphia with Denzel Washington. And his client says that basically the guy walked into a manhole. It was clearly marked. He could see that there is a manhole, so he's asking him questions. You could see there's a manhole, it was clearly marked. You still walked into it. The guy says yes. He says, you want to know if you have a case? The guy says, yeah. He says, yes, you have a case. So that's what you're saying reminds me of. I would like you to ask that you invite me to the meeting where the rates for the fingers would be to observe, because I want to see what price will be put on the middle finger when they Honorable Madlala, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. I will ask a few questions, but maybe let me start here. Honorable Ms. Not Honorable Ms.
Ladyship.
I just want to maybe make a comment on the assertion you made that at times you feel, I think, that committee believes that the members or executive who present themselves here from RAF do not know what they are doing. You made a remark to that effect, and I think probably you take it from the kind of questions that we ask or how you see us interacting with the subjects. I want to assure you that we are of no view, or personally I'm of no view, that the executives or the administration does not know what it's doing. But we are engaged in a fact-finding mission, and part of it is not for our own selves in particular. It's for the public, you know. So how we ask things, even if it may sound as silly questions, it is so that a person down in a or somewhere in Limpopo can understand. So sometimes we'll ask things, even things that we understand, but premise them on the questions we get or the questions that are triggered by the conversation. So I think we have confidence in the fact that we trust that you are there because we've got experience and all of that. But let me just make a few follow-ups before my one or two questions. I think you also mentioned something about, you said when you were drafting the form, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if you're part of drafting the form, but at some point you may have had a look at it, and you may have had a feeling that you would not be able to complete the form. I'm not sure if you were part of the formulation of it. Maybe let me just confirm that first.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We were not part of the formulation of the form because that is done by our colleagues in operations together with the guys in legal. But what our involvement is that as a marketing team, we have to put together the format in terms of the creative design of how this final product will look like. So it came in a Word document, and we now had to design it. So that was the first engagement we had with the form, and I was like, oh, even I won't be able to complete this without legal assistance.
And it would be correct to assume that at that point you had no avenue to make an input to it.
At that point, yes.
All right, no problem then. Then the question won't be directed to you, because my question would have been that for who was then the form developed for? Was it developed for the attorneys or for the people? But I think that would be irrelevant for you, because you are saying that you had no input to say at that level.
But then I just remembered one of the sessions here. I had somebody mention that it even gets to the minister for their input. So I think it's a more legislative thing. Yeah. So it will be the RAF legal team together with the operation guys, but I don't think they have the final say. It gets presented to the ministry for them to give input.
All right, no problem. Let me just follow up on the issue of the T-shirts, of the golf shirts. I need to understand, I've got two invoices. One is 568912. And then I have 56837. They both speak to the procurement of golf T-shirts. Maybe let me start with this question. I think you're still looking for the other one. Have you found the invoices? This is, I think, for Mr. Polela.
568912, I have indeed.
Yeah. And 56837. It is dated 12/06/2024, the 56732. It just has two items, one for 210,000 and one for 85. No. Forget that. Not that one for now, but you can look for that. I'm coming to it. I want the one 56837, which is dated the 4th of the 12th, 2024. It has three items: golf T-shirts, cricket heads, and setup. Do you have that? 6837. 56837.
Is it 568937? That's what I have here. Or
No. It's 56837.
Okay.
But I can ask the question nevertheless. Do you want to maybe? Yeah, I think I can proceed with the question. Well, the first question, I get intrigued by coincidental numbers. You said the T-shirts on 5688912 were how many? The one that my colleague Honorable Skosana asked about.
Thank you. The two. You mean the golfers' shirts? Yes. The correct number is 420, as I'm looking at it here.
All right. I'm. That's why I'm saying I get intrigued by coincidental numbers. I had the 420, and then I saw that your address is at 420, which Hazel Avenue. So there was just a coincidental number of people that are the T-shirts are procured for. So who are these 420 people that the event was hosting, or that the T-shirts were designed for?
Just again trying to remind myself which. This was it's the one now with the bucket hats. This was for an event in Durban. It was a sports day for the Road Accident Fund.
So these were staff members for the Durban section, or who were they? I mean, the 420 golfers
from around South Africa.
All right.
From different regions around South Africa.
All right, no, it's fine. The correlation between the two invoices relating to the golf shirts. Now that is invoice 568912 and 56837. When I multiplied that for that one, when I divided 136,500 by 420, it gives me about 325 rands per t-shirt. On invoice 56837, the golfer t-shirt from the same company is charged at 409 rands, and the 409 rands would have been in 2024, and the quantity is 680. So this would have been in 2025, and the quantity is 420, but it's cheaper. I want to just understand that how is this company charging per golf t-shirt? Do they have a standard rate, or it fluctuates subject to exactly what?
No, my lord, I wouldn't have that information.
You wouldn't have that information.
No, it was purchased by Wellness, but so I wouldn't know how much these garments cost.
Oh, and why they cost so much? All right, no problem. Can I get an understanding? You said there was no strategy. There is no walk-in clear plan or strategy to promote walk-ins. I think I understood you to be saying that.
Okay, let me just track back. So before 2019 came, the focus has been for the RAF to drive direct claims. So the 5 years prior to 2019, the focal point of our strategy was to drive direct claims. So in terms of our communication and all the marketing efforts that we were doing at the time, we were focusing on getting to Mkanduli through RAF on the road. And then everything around what we did was promoting ease of access, Yeah. And then all the campaigns that we also drove with the small scale call center was around that. Yes. So prior to 2019, if you got to the RAF, you will find that everything, even our marketing promotional material, were centered around doing that. And we said we want to bring the RAF office to the people of South Africa. And that's what we did. And then the investment behind everything that we did as an organization, not only from a marketing perspective, you will see that we had a fleet of customized RAF Mobi buses that were going into the outskirts areas, and then we will get the outstanding documents. So it was two-pronged in that we are sorting out direct claimants, and then we were also trying to sort out the backlog. So we will say, we'll come fetch your documents, and then for the people who had outstanding documents on their claims, we had a team. It used to be called mobile unit or something like that. It was within operations. So these were the guys and a team that was solely responsible to going out to people's houses and getting documents and things like that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you were to ask me about the strategy up till 2019, I'll be clear to explain what this business was about.
All right.
Because everything was focused on that.
I get you. I get your response.
Yes.
I think where I'm trying to get at is what then informed your campaigns post 2019? Because now post 2019, there's no clear strategy. So the golf events you are doing, who are you targeting? What purpose does it seek to serve? The 3 year which ended this year of the Comrades Marathon happened after 2019. So what is your target market? Who are you targeting? And what are you trying to achieve with that? Because now there's no clear strategy, as you are saying. Lawyers would understand them as people who can access information, who knows how RAF operate, through which now the claimants are directed, without it being having, put clearly, but, strategically that seemed to be the case. So what then informed your focus areas and what do you seek to achieve? And I'm mentioning these two things. One, the golf events that you are hosting. What are you targeting? What are you planning to achieve? Or it's just a staff sports day? Because I hear that it was staff members from across different places. So you're not targeting lawyers, you're not targeting the community, it's just a staff sports day. Or are you targeting certain people? The Comrades Marathon is the second one. If you can just give me clarity, 2 questions around that. Post 2019, obviously. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and zoom in from the 2019 all the way to the time that Mr. Polela came as the head of communications, and then we'll be able to explain the part where you wanted clarity with regards to the golf and the sponsorships and things like that, because I was not at the office at the time. So when 2019 came, and then we had to pool being on full swing in promoting direct claim, we were focusing on educating our claimants on our product benefits. So all the campaigns that we did during that time was to ensure that South Africans know that there is an institution called RAF and where they can go to get assistance. Because we had what we called walk-in centers, CSCs. We also now hitting the mark of the 21st July 2022, where we introduced the new form. That became a focal point in terms of what we were driving in the strategy. And then there was also an executive direction to say we need to start educating South Africans on the RAF 3 form, wherein most people were not aware that if you're an owner of a vehicle and that if vehicle gets involved in a car crash, you ought to let the RAF know about that. If not, then you become liable. So those were the respective educational drives and campaigns that we rolled out in the market during that time. And then we also definitely focused on combating fraud. There was a lot of work that we did where we were sort of like showcasing that RAF is aggressively trying to deal with fraud that's being perpetrated against it. So in the nutshell, that was that. And then, yeah, Mr. Polela can then come in from that period to then say as per what he was briefed. Yeah.
Mine from my communication strategy was very clear. It was to empower the people of South Africa as far as our dual mandate was concerned, with information on claims, how to claim, with the contact center that we opened in October of 2023 to ensure that people call the contact center. And earlier this year, we reached the 1 million mark on the calls that we get at the contact center. However, it was clear to me that the focus of the RAF, if we left it to just telling people how to claim, was not sufficient, and hence we made a lot of investment in road safety. The first thing I did was, there was an event by Igaga CFM, it's called Beach Fest, where you have 15 to 16,000 people gathered in next to Moses Mabhida Stadium. These are mostly young people who are told to come and enjoy themselves, and nobody is walking straight. People are sort of walking sideways because they have...
Sorry to disturb you.
Yes.
I just want us to
yes,
economize.
Especially that your time has run out, but I'll allow you one more question.
Well, to economize, to be economical about the time, you've answered and said, and there seems to be some contradiction I'm getting. So you're saying that the strategy was still clear, that it was to inform people about how to
Indeed.
Which is direct claiming, right?
Indeed.
If you're saying that you were promoting that through these campaigns.
Indeed.
Which is contrary to the feeling that I'm getting that direct claim was no longer promoted post 2019.
Yeah.
So I just want to just give me the specific intents of these two programs. The golf event as well as the Comrades Marathon. So you were also telling people how to claim through them.
No, I mean the event that you're talking about was a sports day for the staff members of the Road Accident Fund, and people were not playing golf. There were people that were playing tug. There were people that were playing football, and there were people that were playing netball. So it was just a sports day for members of the RAF, a situation where people work very hard throughout the year. So there's a time when they gather together and you know, for a social event.
Just one last follow-up, Chair. I'm getting at understanding the strategy issues and all of that. So if there's no so if you change that and say we still want to tell people about our services, what then prevents the roadshows from going on? Because even if we are saying you claim through a lawyer, but we still want to create awareness about the services that we have, the benefits that we have as RAF, and also, you know, road safety and all of that. So what then seems, because from where I'm sitting, it seems as if there was also a shift in the methodology of getting through to the people, to media, to more fancier, if I may say, as opposed to going to the rural areas, investing in those trucks or whatever the case is, to get RAF closer to the people. And some of the issues that we have about people complaining would be actually addressed there. You know, the mitigating between the lawyers not doing their job and the people feeling disgruntled, not knowing whether their claims have been processed and so forth, could have been addressed in those close interactions where people get to see RAF in their local areas. So why not change the content and keep the methodology of going to the people, but change the messaging to say, look, these are the benefits we have. While you may go to the lawyers, we are offering this A, B, C, D, and E as RAF. That's the last question. Thank you.
I cannot talk to the buses and the vehicles that she was talking about. That precedes me. However, we still do have community engagements. I did say that we have a timetable, a rotating timetable where, in partnership with community radio stations, my team is very much still on the ground. They were in Mpumalanga, they're going to Durban, they're going to Jozini, so it's still going on. The messaging has changed, yes, my lord.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mente.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. How I wish I could say I'm covered. Now, I want to pick it up from where my colleague has left off. But with a direct question for both of you. Was there a formal memo issued in RAF stipulating that direct claims must stop?
Not that I'm aware of, my lady.
So what informed the cease of operations where direct claims are concerned?
I think it's bits and pieces of instructions that came. For instance, that's why I was saying the other day when my colleagues were talking about Project Cienza and I was listening to this, I was also confused, right? Because from us, I can directly tell you that in 2020 January, that was an instruction to say we are no longer, from marketing, we are no longer promoting direct claims.
Do you have that in writing?
No.
Who said it?
It was the executive.
Which executive?
Mpomanyash.
Mpomanyash. Is he or still she there?
It's a she.
Is she there?
Yes, she's still there.
On what position?
At the moment I don't know because I'm not at the office. But the last time, yeah. Yes.
So,
but then she was situated at the CEO's.
So let me stop the clock and remind Honorable Mente you know her. So she is the head of the CEO's office. She's the one who was sitting at the back there when we were discussing vetting, and you remember, we're asking about correspondence with SSA and so on, and she was answering that bit of the questions. So she's still at the Road Accident Fund. She's not on the EXCO. However, she's acting in an executive role. I'll just ask the team, can you just pull out, there is a document that they sent, so can you just pull out and email it to the members? But she is the head of the Chief Executive's office.
Through you, Chair. At that point in time, she was sort of like overseeing the corporate comms at that time, just to create more context. Yeah, thank you.
By way of clarity, my lord, through you, the lady you're talking about, Miss Mpomanyasha, has climbed down from that position and she's no longer acting.
Be that as it may, she will have to come here. This has taken a different turn now altogether. Why I'm saying that? These invoices, cumulatively, they don't speak to what RAF is to do. They don't say anything about what RAF should be doing. The reason I'm saying that, today only my colleague seated next to me will see my phone is beeping throughout. Myself and my colleague who serves in transport, we receive no less than 100 calls a day on people who don't know what to do. And secondly, those that have money and find themselves arriving in offices of RAF, they are coerced into getting a lawyer. When they go there for a direct claim, but they are coerced into getting a lawyer, that their claim will not be smoothless, or rather be quicker if they do it on their own. And I ask myself, so if people in the RAF offices are saying that, and there's no other message that says to the people, you can do it, it can be done, it is possible, and you will not have to forfeit 25% and other transactions that the lawyer would claim to have serviced you if you do it on your own. That message is not anywhere in the country. Now the question is, what is it exactly that we say to the people, and what is this schedule? Paint this picture of a schedule for us. But the schedule is, we paid in these invoices an event for 5,000 people in a playground or small stadium, and we paid Kuzani to come and entertain people. And the central to that event was RAF educating people. Can you give us, what is it that you do? These invoices, what are you paying for in relation to what the message has to be, and how many people has it reached?
My lady, I cannot own up to these events and speak to the specific of what they were supposed to do because they were not arranged and they're not part of the mandate of my office. However, I will say this to you. We have shared with this committee a large volume of invoices that pay for the work that we are supposed to do. I was saying earlier that we participated at the Beach Fest where young people were carrying cooler boxes, and I decided that we needed to hijack part of that event because they were going there to drink from 10 o'clock to well after midnight. And we knew that many of them were going to be driving themselves home. And so 16,000 people captured audience, hijack the screen to have the messages, but we have a huge team there that educates these people so that as they get absolutely sozzled, they still remember that they have to get an Uber or a taxi. So there are many of those events that we participate in. We love captured audiences. We sponsored the Metro Awards for that particular purpose, because on the day you have a couple of millions of people that are watching the Metro Awards. Metro FM itself is the second biggest station in the country. When there is a buzz around the Metro Awards, we know that for a month leading to the Metro Awards, well up to the Metro Awards, we are part of the topic. We have many of those, and I spoke about the community engagements. We have since moved from entertainment to, we had a deal with Sundowns, and as you know, the stadiums are full. Football is a religion in this country. We appear on TV. We partnered with Sundowns for less than R1 million. It's getting cheaper. And we have engaged the PSL to continue with this partnership, which is cheaper for the RAF. So we have many platforms. Quite apart from that, we have the festive season, followed by back to school, followed by Easter, followed by the winter campaign, followed by October Transport Month, followed by the festive season when the team came from the agency saying we have an ad saying this, if you do badly, these are the consequences. I said, no, let us shoot it from a morgue this time around, saying, if you disregard the rules of the road this festive season, a guy from the morgue, we are here to receive you. And it was very popular. We even received complaints from the Advertising Standards Board or whatever, but it got people talking, because we have to try and save people's lives. We have statistics that say people from the ages of 15 to 34 claim the most from us. And those are Metro FM listeners, and hence we go to that platform. But we have to save these people from maiming and killing themselves so that they can grow up to contribute to this country. So road safety has become a central part of what we do, because we are at the tail end. But now we're trying to prevent people from coming to us at all. We have way too many claims as it sits.
Yeah, let's try to be short. I get you.
Later.
You captured the message, my brother, much earlier. This that you speak to, these two. You speak to collaborations, well and good, and you speak to the messaging of preventing accidents. That's good. My focus is the people that are affected already. What are we doing to tell them how to get their claims right? You are speaking to other things. They are not wrong. They are correct. I want to understand from these invoices, which ones pin out a schedule, or rather meetings, workshops, or whatever, that speaks to the message of saying, you are a victim. You are sitting in Kanduli, ungumama owayelimele when you were 25, pregnant with a 6 months, and that 6 months baby today is 12 years. Do you have a claim that's prescribed that is sitting with us, or you don't? In addition to that, Raf was here. I don't know the department of the gentleman, but I think it has to do with communications. The head that was saying, we are phoning now. We're looking for people, anyone on our database, whether prescribed or not, whose claim was never finalized. No one knows that. How are you communicating that? Where in these invoices that you paid for communications of that nature?
In the invoices before you, ma'am, it does not appear. But we have many of those campaigns. Currently, as we sit, we have put together a document, a memo, that talks to know your rights, starting from how to claim, geared towards the people that have already had the unfortunate incident of being involved in an accident. We do have those campaigns, and we have proposed to run that campaign starting from now. We're just waiting for the signatures to be approved, my lady.
So they're only going to start now?
they are currently going on. That is the one that is just focusing totally on the folks that you're talking about, the folks that have been involved in an accident.
Can you please forward us that schedule through the chairperson?
My lady.
Thank you. Now, here, I want to go back to that invoice of the, what is this company? Not Zingi. The other one, Media Mix. Yeah, Media Mix.
Can you please indulge me with the invoice number?
The invoice number.
Look at the payment schedule. The blue and white. I think you are looking at the blue and white payment schedule, Honorable Ment. Yes, okay. Thank you.
No, we're gonna start at, because this one of the blue and white, it doesn't tell us. Yeah, it doesn't have itemized billing of this was a head, this was a microphone, this was a camera. It is a contract agreement and it's not really helpful. I want to go to what caused Ms. Mate's suspension, the invoice of 26 million. The advert of 26 million, which was there before your time, Mr. Polela. You were not there. Can someone send them that invoice of that advert? We've got it. The 26 million.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is why I'm saying this one becomes very confusing because it's not atomized. It's I think number 3 from the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah. It's one of those invoices. Please take us through. How did an advert become 26 million?
Okay. So let me just start by indicating that the highest media rate cut in South Africa is for television. So now I can indulge the committee members to go to SABC and check the rate card. So I want to see if I'm linked. Yes, yeah.
Take us to that one.
Yes,
What
so that-
informed 26 million from that advert, and also take us through the time frame. How long was this advert gonna run, and how long was the advert itself? It was playing for how many seconds?
Okay, all right. So the flighting was going to be on SABC 1, SABC 2, and SABC 3. So this was a news block advertisement. Prime time during the news bulletin. The rates there are very expensive. So unfortunately, we do not have the supporting document in the form of the media schedule. That media schedule will indicate the time that the ad was flighting, which will probably be 45 seconds before the hour of 7, and then it will show the rate for the slot that it was booked for, at what time for SABC 1, SABC 2, SABC 3, daily, right? For a period of 12 months. So it's itemized, it shows the rate. So that documentation and everything is there. We can submit that.
What was the objective of the advert?
Okay, so the objective of the advert was that at that point in time, as I've indicated, that we were quiet for a period of full 3 years. The people of South Africa did not know that RAF was still operational, as a lot of businesses had gone under. And at that point in time, we had certain strategic objectives that we needed to drive. Firstly, at that point, we needed to remind South Africans that RAF people can claim for the following benefits: death benefits, funeral benefits, loss of support, medical expenses, as well as general damages. So when we went into the procurement process, the strategy was to make sure that we educate South Africans on our products, to remind them that they can come directly to claim with RAF, as well as campaigns that spoke to the RAF one form. I think a whole lot of advertisement in terms of the concentration went on to that specific campaign. As I've said to you, the key milestone at that point in time was the 21st of July, wherein we had introduced the RAF one form. So there were adverts on television that we're already doing. We were doing fillers during shows like Mubango and those kind of things. And then we felt that if we needed the news clock, it will augment the work that we're doing. So we booked the full year to then say, what are the 4 key strategic pillars of RAF that will be driving as per our marketing plan for the 12 months ahead? And that was booked to communicate those specific things. If this transaction happened before the year 2019, I promise you 90% of the campaigns that you would have seen on that news clock, beyond a shadow of doubt, because RAF had a clear strategy, it would have been saying, come directly. Just like all the RAF material that we pulled out of the market the time that I indicated, we're saying that South Africans, come directly. If you are at Mkanduli or whoever, come on Saturday, because we spend a lot of money advertising RAF on the road. So, yeah, we use that to drive the imperatives of the business at that point in time, which was RAF 1 form, because we wanted people to know that if you want to lodge a claim with the Road Accident Fund, this is the form, because the heart was to ensure that we're servicing people at that point in time. And no one was going to get assistance without filling the form, the RAF 1 form. So it was a huge drive. I could say that probably 50% of the campaigns there on the news clocks were driving that message on the RAF 1 form. And then the next one was the RAF 3 form, because at that time the business direction and the indication from the executive was South Africans are not playing their part. They want us to sort out the backlog, but they are not giving us the relevant documentation. And one of the things is that if your car gets involved in an accident, before RAF can do anything, you need to, as the owner of the car, having finished the RAF with the RAF 1 form. If not, we are not liable. Yes. So that media schedule details and itemize the slot, the time when it was flighted, how much it was. From the top of my head, an expensive slot on television advert of 45-second can cost, one slot can cost in prime time can cost you almost 189,000. Just that one prime slot.
Thank you very much. Honorable, one more. We way over, but I'll indulge you with one more.
The answers are too long, Che.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I have 2. Follow up on your one. What was, you were not clear. That's why I said, Che, other questions are gonna eat up on my time when they are not mine. They were for the evidence leader. You were not clear as to why did you have to withdraw the advert. And what then makes it worse is that yourself, you say, as an educated person, you can't complete the form. Now you pull out educational advert. And you are not making it clear to us what then became the implication besides financial implications. Because what we want, the reason for media or communications to exist in RAF is educational. to educate claimants and people of South Africa how to prevent accidents and how to claim. Those are the two objectives. But now here you are removing that which is supposed to educate people. You're not telling us exactly what informed the removal of the educational advert for the people to be able to complete the form. Secondly, to Mr. Polela, is that for the backlog, now you have spoken to us on what is the plan in terms of the action which RAF is doing for finding people. For the backlog, what was there before this particular action? What were you doing in terms of addressing the backlog and telling the people? So for both of you, thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I come in? I think when you're talking about pulling out, you're referring to the direct claim, ne? That we pulled.
The advert.
Yeah, the adverts that we pulled out. That exercise happened in 2020. So that was an executive decision. Just like an executive decision that was made that we are no longer doing RAF on the road. And to point to you that this was indeed a decision that was thought through by the executive was, I recall there's a time when RAF brought in buses, maybe one bus, which ended up being a road safety initiative bus through our road safety and CSR unit. When we wanted to, that bus, when it came in, we wanted to customize it so that people can come through and do what we used to do with our RAF mobile bus. It became a very contentious issue. As in, Nami must know that this RAF bus is not for RAF on the road. There is no more RAF on the road. So that was an executive decision, ma'am. I cannot sit here and answer an executive decision, unfortunately. And then the other question was, I didn't get the last bit that you wanted clarity on.
I think it was the second question was for Mr. Pauline.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, to the question of the backlog, before the backlog campaign, what was there? We're going along with campaigns, teaching people how to claim, following up on their claims. We launched the contact center when I arrived in October. So the focus was on the contact center to say people must call and find out at which points their claims are, what was needed, if there were documents that were needed from them. We only launched the backlog campaign, as I remember, around April of last year, and spent a huge amount of resources. And I'm sad to say this investment did not yield the desired result. I admit that what was intended, even with the huge investment that we made, did not materialize. There was no malicious intent on our part, but it's simply one of those things where it did not materialize. We learned lessons. We recently had campaigns when we dealt directly with lawyers for them to rather bring the documents, because we realized that if you ask folks to bring documents, they're not going to be able to, because they're not the ones that are driving the claims. It's the attorneys. So we have switched to having campaigns geared towards attorneys. We started in Manlin, Pretoria. We are now going to the East Coast, the Durban region.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to you, Honorable Ghana, just now. Can I just ask, on this ad that led to your suspension, what was it about?
The ad. The ad was not one specific ad.
Okay, just explain.
Yes,
because you said it was not.
Yes, it
in
was
line
about,
with company, with the organizational message or something along those lines.
No, the adverts that were flighting during that time were focusing on educating the market on our products, educating the market about RIF Form 1, and educating the market about RAF Form 3 and creating fraud awareness. So for instance,
No. So I just want to know. So Mr. Polela said that he was called by the CEO after seeing the ad on TV, and it appeared to be misaligned to what the message was supposed to be. Then, am I correct? And I'm paraphrasing here, Mr. Polela, but I do need to be certain. That's the essence of it. I am asking. So what was the misaligned message? What was the message in the ad that was seen? If I may ask that, I just want to know. Do you know, Mr. Polela?
It should have said, yeah. I don't know if at the time we had "Your journey shouldn't end with RIP," but we had a slogan that we were running at the time. It was misaligned with that.
Okay, was the slogan wrong? I'm just.
It was something that we never used before, and hence it was picked up that it was not.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's okay. I'll use my turn in the questions. I'm delaying the member there. Okay. Honorable Dana.
Thanks, Chair. I was excited that you were going to the first question that I had noted here, and I expected you to go a little bit deeper, because at least I don't know if you have enough time. So the 26 million that we are talking about is the one that got you suspended. Correct, Ms. Mate?
that's what put me on precautionary suspension.
And this was paid 2 weeks before the end of the financial year.
Probably a week or so, yeah?
A week before the end of the financial year.
Yes.
At the time that you made the prepayment to the SABC, how much of your advertising budget will have been left at the time?
Okay. I'm glad that you asked that, because it was probably going to be 80% of the budget of the year. The reason being, I was sitting with this budget. We didn't have a media buying agency.
Sorry, can I ask? So you said 80% of the budget of the year. I can't locate a number in my head. So can
I was
you just
thinking,
specify what that means? I've stopped the clock.
Okay, so I don't remember exactly what was my year budget in 2023, but I will assume 2022. I used to know these numbers from the top of my head. Okay, my budget used to run between 32 million all the way to, with the highest figure being 67 million in 2023. So this thing happened before 2023, because we were talking okay, I'm losing my trail of thought. So if I say I would have been left with 80% of my budget, it means it was the budget of the fiscal year ending 2023. So 67% or 80% of 67 million. Yes, I'm not that very good, ne?
Just say my budget for the year was 10 rand. I had used 8 rand. So can you speak like that, if you don't mind?
Okay, so my budget for the year was 67 million at the time. I had just used that budget only for the December campaign, which I probably had used maybe 10 million at most. And then back to school campaign would probably have been less than the December budget. So 15 million. So 67 minus 15 is the answer, right? So a whole chunk of my budget was sitting there, and having been in an organization where I've always fought for a bigger budget to say there's a lot of work that we need to do, I knew that our finance guys, they can come here and attest to the fact that every time we went into the budgeting cycle, they were saying, we can only give you 3.5 based on what you have spent. So if that money was sitting there, it would have been taken back to the organization. And then when I go back and ask the organization next year, they would have pulled my variance report for that year and said, but you only spent 15 million. We are going to give you 15 million plus 3.5% increase. So I thought, okay.
So Honorable Ghana will come to the explanation. He just wanted to know the number. So try and keep your. Don't suppose where a member is going with a question. Just answer the question.
Okay.
All right, thanks. So a week before the end of the financial year, you had money. And you had to find a quick way to spend it. Because if you did not spend it, finance was going to take it away.
No. The week before the end of the year, we had to get into an agreement to ensure that, given the fact that we had not been speaking to South Africans, at that point in time, we were only activating our campaigns 3 months into. Remember, Honorable Member, that contract had only been activated for the December campaign. The media mix campaign contract came into play on the 16th of November. We ran one campaign with that contract. So we were sitting here and we're saying, we've been quiet for a period of 3 years. Like she's saying, we are finding ourselves in a situation where South Africans are calling, and our media and PR team and the marketing team are inundated with these calls of saying, where is my claim and all these things. So now we're saying, with the money that we have, let's go back to the market and educate the market on what our product benefits are. That was one thing that was relatively new in terms of our focus at RAF at that point in time. We're educating the market on what our key product benefits were. And then we did the introduction of the RAF1 form, which was crucial. We had only run one campaign only for the RAF form. So it was based on ensuring that we had gone cold for 3 full years, where people are saying, I need to have access to a service.
I'm just trying to, because the members have limited time. I think you had captured the motivation.
At the time that this decision was taken, was Mr. Polela in the employ of RAF?
No, that's why I'm saying he just walked into a time ticking bomb.
All right.
Yeah.
So I will assume that the advert flies round about the end of March, beginning of April. Is that the time that you come into RAF, Mr. Polela?
No, it's way. Mr. Polela comes into the scene in October.
In October? So
2023. This thing happens on the 31st of March, 2023.
All right. All right. Now it's quite interesting. So between the 31st of March and October,